Good morning. It is 5:41 a.m. I'm a little early this morning. Just getting rolling. I have some updates this morning. Well, first of all, I guess I'm Joe. I'm the man behind JMBATL, and I just wanted to run through a new build I've been working on. It's really based on my old Akun's lightning spear, and as a tongue-in-cheek thing, I'm calling it the Akun-ish lightning spear build, because it feels a lot like it, even though it's very different with Season 13, of course. But without further ado, we're going to start in the training ground and kind of work our way through it. Make sure I've got everything. I think I do. We're going to go through the build. And then we're going to do some training ground. I guess first I'll demo some of the damage here. And so on. All right. Let's go to multiple dummies for maximum effect here. We're going to trigger some familiars. And some meteors. And then I'm going to release just to get the stacks up. We're just going to launch those familiars from time to time just to keep the overpower stacks up. You'll see that with the fist up, pointed up fist on the bottom, the 4 stacks. You sometimes might be able to get better than that. I think. I know, just the 4 stacks. Basically, we're already doing 10 tetrillions, but you can't, from a mana management standpoint, you can't really just lay on the buttons too much. But if you're fighting an enemy and you've got the mana, like right now, it seems like it's doing okay. But I kind of let go of the buttons just for a second every now and again. But 16 trillion, 17 trillion, 24 trillion, 27 trillion. Just kicked off some hydras, kicked off my ice armor. 39 trillion, 42 trillion. And the highest I've seen so far is 117 trillion. I think it can do better than that. 24 trillion. The hardest thing always, I mean, I saw some 40 trillions and stuff in there. The hardest thing really is getting all the stars to align to get the damage numbers as high as possible. But I also like easier gameplay. So for most content, you're going to be able to just deal with ice armor being up, keep the ball lightning going, and you'll still do plenty of trillions in damage. I'm not doing anything else special here. But then you'll see my overpower stacks go down, so that's a damage source. I mean, they're staying up there because of the auto fire of meteor. I mean, but if you see that stack go down below 4 on the bottom, just fire a meteor. It's no big deal. There's 48 trillion. So real casual play. I wish they had moving while casting, just to capture the full Akun's experience. So you have to let go of everything but ice armor just for when you're running around. 36 trillion. 39 trillion. 44 trillion. Trillion. 31 trillion. 37 trillion. 52 trillion. 60 trillion. Come on, where's the 100 trillion at? And I'll show the whole build. We'll go through everything. I'll try not to go too fast. All right, now I'm working through, trying to figure out the right angle here to get the numbers up. There's a 45 trillion. The damage itself is kind of random between, it can be up anywhere from 10 trillion up to, you can see it even in the small numbers, 46 trillion, 20 trillions, they show up in the smaller numbers. I decided if I'm moving, if it does better. I'm having no trouble maintaining the different stacks. Now, I am using Orsa Vein. because I wanted to free up some other items. I wanted to get the damage from that. I want the teleport from that. Frost Nova, Flame Shield enchant. And so you picking up those enchantments for free is nice. And then that liberates me to do other things with the enchantment slots and so on. I mean, so that's all good. The charms you're using are the threefold, the Tel Raja's threefold way. And the big thing to focus on there is to get +3 or +4 in shock skills. Ideally, you want the ancestral greater effects on shock skills that gives you a +4 rank to shock skills per charm. And you have to fish for those. And I can get into that too, as far as how you go about doing that. Might switch to the boss version of this to see if I can, or elites. I think we're being capped on the damage that we can do. $70 trillion? 102 trillion. Let's go. 102 trillion again. $26 trillion. $85 trillion. $85 trillion again. I like seeing the same numbers repeat. Kind of gives me a sense that I'm doing something right with the... But there's not much to it. I mean, I'm playing on a PlayStation controller, which I kind of like. I mean, but it's pretty much just a hold the buttons in kind of setup. I've got unstable currents and ball lightning on the triggers, familiars on my X, and ice armor on the bumper. 8 to 9 trillion. And I'm just holding them in. It's really comfortable, so it makes for really easy gameplay. And then, you know, you still drop the meteors and the hydras with a quick swipe up for maximum damage. But they're going to trigger anyway. That's the beauty of the threefold way, where it triggers all the skills, and you got the winter glass that triggers all the conjurations and so on. I mean, it's a beautiful setup as far as casting goes. I mean, I could probably just sit here with just ice armor and ball lightning going, and probably get most of this going. But you can see my the familiars help with the overpowers and the and so on. So 54 trillion. So far on this run, I've only seen 102 trillion, 81 trillion. 102 trillion is the top so far that I've noticed. 99.7 trillion just now. I mean, but I've seen, like I said, up to 117 trillion. So, I mean, it's possible. I think if you get everything lined up, you can definitely do it. I mean, but you have to hit every damage bonus and get the maximum roll for the hit. I mean, it's possible. And here's the kicker: is I'm not even maxed on my glyphs. I'm not maxed on my paragon. I'm only at 228 right now. And so where is this going to land when it's all said and done? I mean, I don't think it's beyond reason to think we'll get to 150 trillion on the build. So I'm pretty excited about it. $50 trillion. But we'll do a real pit and kind of run through some stuff after I do the whole build run through. I was hoping to get that one number, kind of go for a new high. 79 trillion. Come on. 26 trillion. $29 trillion. 56 trillion. I noticed the text on the Paragon node for Enchantment Master says now increase your enchantment potency by 30%. Additive. Each equipped enchantment grants 40% increased damage with their main element. Okay, so it's 40% for each one if it's got the main element. And 60% increased for the second enchantment if it is a different element. Now that's different. It used to be a bonus only if they were the same. So I think, or at least that's what I recall. I mean, I could be mistaken. So what I did is I made the second element shock. The first element I made a fire skill. I just put in familiars. And lightning spear. I just kind of hit the ground running, if you will. And I haven't really, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But we're going to see if we get better numbers with this. I don't think we will. I could be wrong. $102 trillion was our best. 117 trillion is what I did last night. $51 trillion. $43 trillion. $45 trillion. Come on, let's go. 60 trillion. 69 trillion. 80. I saw 80 trillion in the small text. $2 trillion. I've seen other streamers doing where they're doing both enchantments as shock skills, and I don't know, it's hard to say. 85 trillion. Oh, we're getting close. I mean, all you can do is test, you know. I mean, that's all there is to it. $71 trillion. $45 trillion. 58. $79. $106 trillion. So is it better? I don't know. I mean, like I said, we'd have to get it up over 117 and have a new high for me to be convinced. I mean, is it beneficial to have both lightning skills on enchant? Probably. There's probably more upside. $101 trillion. I mean, so we're definitely doing north of 100 trillion. I mean, so that's good. So I won't bore you anymore with that. Sorry about that. I just have to go through it, capture the numbers. It's hard to do it in the wild, outside of the training dummies. So I'm going to go through the build. So for my best numbers so far, the real key difference between this build and anything else I've seen out there is the crit strike damage. We'll just lead with that. I don't even have the best setup yet in terms of the crit strike damage multipliers and having GAs on everything and so on. I'm missing some GAs, and so that's a big factor. I mean, but because of the Paragon work that I put in, I've got higher crit strike damage there. And so, like right now, I've got barb-like crit strike damage at 63.96%. Now, granted, I did focus on leveling my destruction glyph. So I'm up over 130. I think I'm at 130 on that right now. So that does weigh into this a little bit, but I still had this even at 110 on the glyph level. I was still well into 6,000. So I mean, it's it's a significant part of the build. Now, I did sacrifice some vulnerable damage. So there's that. I mean, so it's a bit of a trade-off, but I would rather do that and have the crit strike damage personally, and just pile it on, I mean, as much as possible. And, so it's, and I've got decent amounts of crit strike chance. I've got the Gar rune on to cover off the difference. So there's that too. But to help with getting the numbers up, I'm not using the Starless Skies. I'm using the Galvanic Azurite, mostly because it's got the crit strike damage multiplier on the ring. If I find a better setup, like I might drop another standard ring on and test that if I get the right ring. All right, so this is still early for the build, but I don't think it's beyond reason for me to get to 7,500 crit strike damage once I get everything leveled up. So that's going to be pretty significant. So I mean, I think 150 trillion is definitely doable. So there's that too. So the build, I got the Air Perdition. I mean, nothing too exciting there. GA on crit strike chance would probably be ideal. And core skills is nice too. But I would try to get the best one of those you can. I've got Igni and MOT for the damage reduction there. That's got the shadows. So there's that. Right now for the pit runs I've been doing, I've got Tyrell's Might. I also have a Raiment of the Infinite, which is nice for just general play. It's got a little bit higher damage reduction, but it doesn't quite have the resistances that this has. So I'm running Tyrell's Might for high tier content, 120 plus in the pit and stuff like that, to help with survivability. I've got Surangar on that for the crit strike chance that closes the gap and gets to 100%. My gloves are the Armageddon aspect. I'd love to get a better one of these. Like, see, this is where my damage is good, and I'm not even maxed on my aspects or anything yet. I don't have God gear or God tier aspects or anything like that going. I mean, it's there's still room to grow. So, but I did get really lucky with these gloves, even though they're not all GAs. They have the all damage multiplier at a decent roll, the vulnerable damage at a decent roll, and these are all multipliers. Intelligence, all damage multiplier, vulnerable damage multiplier, crit strike damage multiplier, and then crit strike damage as the temper. The cold damage was a sad effect of having the transfiguration. I got a little jumpy with doing transfigurations on things to see if I could boost the damage a little more, assuming I'd just pick up some fresh gear pretty easily. And it hasn't been as easy as I thought farming for good gear. So a lot of lessons learned there. Mage Lords we're using for the damage reduction here. Gives you really nice damage reduction. We're obviously up close all the time with the orbital ball lightning. I mean, so it makes a big difference from a damage standpoint, but you have to keep that shock damage going to keep the damage reduction up. All right, but intelligence, mana regeneration, armor, and resistance to elements. I mean, they're not bad. I could have better pants, but they're okay. The Isus, in my case, I wanted the evade charges because I wanted to use standard teleport. So I masterwork to the evade charges. It gives me a total of 6 teleports. If I'm careful not to use them too much, it's plenty. I would love to have infinite teleport, which you can almost pull off with the teleport on the main bar instead. So it's debatable. I might switch back to using the teleport on the main bar instead of meteor, or maybe instead of familiars using meteor plus teleport, the fire teleport. I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, I've seen some others do that are successful with it. But for me, this is working pretty good. These are otherwise not really ideal boots. I mean, I've got the movement speed in 2 different places. I put it on the temper and I got it as a GA. I was lucky enough to get the good item quality when I transfigured the item, and a max roll on the bottom. I mean, so that all contributes to a good bonus for the crit strike chance. I've got overwhelming currents on the wand. I might go with a sword. I don't see where they're doing the whole thing of adding crit strike damage by default based on the type of item. Maybe they're doing it, maybe they're not. I have to test it. If I get a good sword, I'll check it out and see if I can boost the crit strike damage a little bit more. I mean, but I got a pretty decent setup here with the wand. Weapon damage, GA, max life, all damage multiplier, crit strike damage multiplier. Which is not too bad. The Stormhorn's a crucial item on this build. Another one that I was lucky enough to get a good roll on. All those items, the crit strike chance is all helpful. My ring is just okay. The life on hit you need on one item, ideally. In max life, you definitely want as much as you can and get your toughness up. Close to 500,000 would be nice. Better, then if you stick on the Shaco, you end up at like 700,000. Yeah, 737,000 just by putting on the Shaco. I mean, which helps with something like Mephisto or whatever. Here's a Galvanic Azurite. And I am posting this build to Mobalytics. I'm working on it right now. It's in draft mode. It's going to be posted under Okunish, Okunish Lightning Spear. It's a play off my old Akun's Lightning Spear build that I published on Mobalytics years ago. Or many seasons ago. I think it's probably been at least a year, maybe 2. So there's that. But the big thing here is on the Galvanic Azurite is it gives you the shock damage. That's great. But the crit strike damage multiplier is being leveraged here. I wish I didn't have the fire damage multiplier, obviously, and had something else, but that's okay. Fractured Winterglass. I scored a great one here with the crit strike damage multiplier on it and a perfect roll on the bottom. And mastery skills. So that's really good. And you'll see that I focused on the max resource on a couple of these, or the 15% chance to restore primary resource. Now I've got cooldown reduction on the ring. My cooldown reduction really stinks right now. I think it's only 35% or something like that. I mean, so that could be better. I mean, but Shaco helps with that too. But it really hasn't been too much of a problem. I've got a lot of cooldown reduction around the build with familiars and unstable currents and so on. So let's look at the charms. Very important thing here. So on the seal, we've got a 6 charm slot with the +1 charm. You ideally want to have the Tel Raja's threefold way on the seal power on its aspect so that you get the benefit of it. I mean, so it has to match the threefold or the type of charms that you're using. In this case, I've got a set of 5 of the threefold, and you'll see the GAs on these and the +4 to core skills, +4 to shock skills, shock skills, then +3 to shock skills here and here. I mean, those are all really important. The more skills, the more ranks you have, the better, obviously. I mean, so I'd say that's crucial. If you can get some skills on your unique charm, some skill ranks, that's obviously ideal too. I'm using Orsavane on the unique charm, and that's to get the enchantment effect of the unequipped items. I could use Crown Illusion, but it kind of forces me to use Starless Skies, and I'm not really too keen on that. There are other options. So we've got Crown Illusion. I've been toying with Lokrin's Talisman a little bit. We've got the Respite Dirk for like a Mephisto encounter. That might be good because of the damage it is, but you have to rejig a lot of stuff to change this out. I mean, you'd have to put teleport on your main bar. So that's that on there. Let's take a peek at the skill tree. I think this is pretty similar to what anyone doing a ball lightning build is doing. I don't think I've changed things around too much from kind of what all the sorcerers are doing on the ball lightning with the orbital ball lightning. I mean, this is there's some issues with crackling energy. You don't want any of these options selected on charged bolts. You don't want to have it interfere with the crackling energy collection and so on. I'm using the stun version of teleport. If you want to put this on your main bar, you have to switch it to the blaze one. I don't want it consuming overpower stacks or anything like that, so I've just put it to stun. Teleport weakens enemies. 2 stacks of ferocity, which helps with attack speed. So that's all good. Unstoppable with your ice armor. But there's our Hydra set up there with the frigid Hydra to make it a ice skill or frost skill, whatever. There's familiars. We gave it an additional charge. And it grants 2 stacks of overpower each time you cast it. I mean, so like, that's why you really don't need Meteor technically on the bar. You could easily replace Meteor with something else. The familiars alone grant the overpower stacks without too much fuss. But you might want to when you could extend it, you could make it to where it intentionally runs short so you can generate more overpower stacks instead of having the extended duration, and have it help with healing. I mean, so there's a couple of things you could do there. They're different. If you wanted to put the teleport on the main bar and get rid of Meteor altogether. But you'd then have to you'd lose the teleport on the evade completely, and you'd lose the damage from it from the Orsavane. There's Lightning Spear. I'm using the Static Field Blizzard. Kind of debated whether I wanted to use Exposure Blizzard or some of the other options. I like focusing on the shock skills as much as I can. It does a little bit of stunning and stuff. I mean, it's not a bad option. We got the meteors doing overpower. Ball lightning. And then we got unstable currents down here. So nothing really special there. I'd say the secret sauce for me this season is really in the Paragon. Where I'm at 270 points spent. I'm doing pretty good. And there's still room to grow and expand into some of these areas. There's lots of defensive options available, and that'll help with the survivability of the build. That's probably my top issue in general, is how survivable the build is. I mean, but I skip most of the defensive skills. So I will make my way around to those as I level up more. I'm only at 228 right now, as I recall. So lots of room for me to get those filled in. And of course, once I get further along, I'll post another version. I think I've got the full 300 point version posted on my Mobilytics setup, so you've got that to reference. I didn't mean to do that. So let's take a peek at the Paragon. Here's the main board, the starter board, and we're starting with Unleash. I'm just gonna make it so you can see it. So there's that one. That's the starter. Here's board number 2. And we're going with, on this one, Elementalist. And the board is Static Surge. There's that one. And then to the left, we go to board number 3. And we've got Searing Heat and Tactician. And then board 4. I don't know why I put the 5th board off the top of the 2nd board. I mean, I don't know. I wanted to be able to switch boards around and test, and that's why I did that. But anyhow, this one is Ceaseless Conduit and Destruction. And the reason is it gives us the most dexterity to use with, along with additional crit strike chance and so on. I mean, so it gives us the most crit strike damage on one board with Destruction in there. So there's that. And then you have to come off the top here of the 2nd board to get to the 5th board, which is Enchantment Master. And we have Adept. I'm still testing Enchanter. I'm leveling that glyph up. That's what I had on my original Akuns build, is Enchanter, because it boosted the damage of everything, and not just the mastery skills. I mean, so I'm kind of on the fence on that. We'll see. But having the total damage from that might be worthwhile. But we're obviously very focused on Ball Lightning for the most part, so that's where most of our damage is coming from. So I'm assuming that's where it's going to stay right for now. So that's the Paragon. Mercenaries, I'm using Subo reinforcements. I'm using right here. I mean, there's not much to it. Kind of the same old. It's all about getting the crit strike damage here. That's part of how we end up getting that big boost to 100. Probably part of why we get to 100 trillion when I'm solo. I'm not sure in a party if I'm going to get that high without that boost. So there's that. Here's the reinforcement. We've got Bastion, and it's on any crowd, any control impairing effect. So if we're putting the chains or whatever, I mean, anything, the typical things that might kill you, it's going to trigger the Bastion protective barrier that takes most of the damage. On the activities area, I haven't really focused too much on this. I mean, I need to probably do some homework on it, but I'll show you the ones that I've got selected right now. I haven't seen any of these much in the Nightmare Dungeons. Helltide. This has been fun, getting the Profane Mind cages and really going from not just Torment 12, but getting a boost further. Profane Mind cage is boosting monster power in the overworld and in Helltide. I mean, so it's been kind of fun getting them, having the two butchers come out and attacking you. They're pretty pretty brutal. I recommend the Hellworm or whatever you call it, because of the maggots that give you the experience orbs. So I've got one of the points in here. Undercity Portal Prankster. And more experience orbs here. I'm trying to level as fast as I can. This is the lair bosses. It gives you the nemesis bosses. I recommend those for getting good gear. There's the hordes. I like this whole, in the last 10 seconds, it spawns ether events at all locations. If other party members have that, it piles up the events. It's pretty crazy. This is helpful with leveling your glyphs. Just this point over here, and then you've got the same chance down here. You've got progress orbs that you can, once you get your glyphs all leveled, you can start using the progress orb from the Quran's soul. But that's the build. So again, it's a Kunish, OKUNISH lightning spear. And I'm just a dad gamer, so like I'm not gonna claim that I'm great. I do pretty good. I do all right, but I'm not as good as some of the primetime streamers and gamers are. I think that's part of the fun of doing some streams and just being a mere mortal. I try though. Like we were when the tower rankings first came out. Some of the guys I that I play with, we were I think we got up to like the top 15 or so, and doing like the 4-man tower, and that was during the Paladin season with the where you could do the collaborative stuff, just kind of the support Paladin and so on, and that was great. Despite it being so bugged, where you'd lose some of the powers, or some of your damage if you weren't staying close together and stuff like that. It was so annoying trying to keep it all in sync. But we did pretty good. But I get dizzy watching Makuna play. He's so good. Like, I don't know how he doesn't make more mistakes trying to be so fast. I'm watching him, I think he loves dropping gear. Watching him go through and just boop. The gear's all dropping everywhere. Showing off his shortcuts. I don't even know how he does it, honestly. To the macro, I don't know. But I don't need to know. I don't go that fast. I don't want to go that fast. I mean, so I would end up dropping something too important. Oh, I want him in the corner like that. Oops. Oh, come on. Oh, so close to having that one. I don't know what happened there. Hmm. Yeah, it's like that. I mean, so we're getting up there on the glyphs. 118, 119, 121. And I focused on destruction as much as I could. Um, I think once I get the other ones up to 130, I'll be able to do a 130 without too much trouble. And that's going to be a slow grind from there. I really need the Paragon points. Probably another 25 points or so to get my defenses up. Now I'm going to show you why having heraldic gems is not a good thing necessarily. Now that I died once, which I try not to do. You see that? One death, 1.1 million repair bill. Because the gems are so valuable. It's almost worth not using them. If you're just cranking on the pit and or you're doing any content where you think that you might die a bit more, you're pushing. They don't help so much that it's worth the cost for the repairs. For the most part, I mean, it's spending 5 million or 8 million on repairs gets old after a while. So there's that. And as far as how to get the gems in a legit way, the secret is this dungeon right here, Sears Reach. At the end, there's this I forget what you call it, the mechanical crawfish looking thing. But there's a monster at the end that always has gems, 3 gems, and sometimes he'll drop a grant. I mean, so generally they're flawless gems. Or royals, and so depending on your level and so on, and what torment level and whatnot, I mean, it's going to drop 3 gems every time, and so it's probably the best place to farm them in the whole game right now, as far as just getting straight gems all the time. It really does a good job of that. You can just reset the dungeon and go at it again and again and again until you get your gems where you need them. I mean, it's days to get them, but of effort. I mean, but I want to say, I thought it might be worth it. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, the grand gems alone are where I'd probably stop if I had it to do over again. Be careful at the jeweler. I recycled my old grands. I had some additional grand gems, and I couldn't get them back when I was trying to help some other folks out. I thought it'd be a 1-for-1 getting them back, and they give you a fraction of them, or at least that's what it seemed to be in my case. Maybe I didn't salvage as many as I thought I did, but I'm pretty sure that they when you salvage the gems and try to recreate them, they only give you a fraction of them. So as far as how to roll for the gems or the charms, it's pretty easy. You just take a standard one that doesn't have the shock skills on it, and then drop it into the cube, and then you go to reroll set charm, and you get these materials by salvaging charms. So I've been salvaging ones I know I won't use from other sets, and then you just transmute and transmute. And I'm just looking for the GA to pop up. There we go. If it was a shock, plus 4 to shock, I'd check to see if it fits all my slots that I need. But it's a grind for sure. Getting all this set up. But they do give you lots of charms all over the place. I mean, so you can salvage them, get the materials, and then roll for them, and you'll end up getting a set. It didn't take me too long. So yeah, not too exciting, but you gotta do it. It's all part of it. And so yeah, you run out of those materials and you have to go and get more. And that's just the way it goes. I could recycle like a couple of these and go a little bit longer, but I could extend how long I live by just dropping in the Harlequin Crest. I mean, but I hate doing it. I want to do the maximum damage, and it doesn't stop me from doing the damage necessarily. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you lose the mother's favor and so on. So, and they've bumped that up to 80%. It's not very long, but it does make a difference. I mean, so I prefer to use it while I'm leveling, but it just means I'm going to have a harder time. That last boss was a little tough with that pool. I haven't learned the mechanics for all the new stuff. Like Mephisto, I still struggle with. Well, that's a really tough boss fight, but it needs to be, I guess. Get your guard and make them easy to kill, and then all of a sudden they drop something like that on you. Shock is one of my weak spots on this build. I think it is always for sorcerers. Ooh, a little dicey there. Oh, looks like the boss is gonna be coming out right about now. Oh, that killed me fast. I didn't expect that. Man. Why am I dying so fast? Man, I might not be able to get it. Huh. Well, that stinks. I guess it is Shaco time. Wait, look at this repair bill. 4.5 million. Hmm. It stinks having that crit strike chance that low. It'll get up to like 75%. That'll be okay. I'm not putting the Starless guys on, no matter what. I'm not doing it. The cooldown reduction from Shaco is nice. It helps with some stuff. still seeing the big tens of trillions that we were seeing on the training dummies, but not too many. Mostly single-digit trillions. Yeah, but it's going pretty smooth going through. I mean, it's the survivability at the boss that I'm struggling with right now. Increase health, maybe? Alright. So he's tough. Oh, this guy again. Let's see if I do better. Come on, upgrades. Right. The whole set up over 120 now. Yeah, so Shake will obviously help with that. Man, I love coffee. A little too much. All right. That's good. I still haven't done my strongholds. I've been trying so hard to catch up. Ah, man. Like I'm missing all sorts of stuff. I've got town portals I haven't been to, like there. All the strongholds everywhere. So frustrating. I think if I just keep grinding at the pit and getting the glyphs up, then I'll keep gradually going up. It'll be no big deal. So I'm trying not to be too discouraged by the bosses taking me down so quick. I mean, but I don't know what else I could change. I mean, I've got another Stormhorn that's got more life on hit. But maybe some max life on my pants would be helpful. Additional max life there. It's really hard to say. I mean, because I had a hard time putting this setup together already. come on. I'm not in love with the lava monsters. I was happy to get out of that level. It's when they combine it with shock that I have a hard time. Mm-hmm. I not do good with shock. Yeah. Comes the boss. Oh, come on. Whatever the hell that thing is. Oh, man. I'm going to take them down quick. Where's one of those big hits when you need it? Oh, yeah, get out of there. Ooh. Yeah, I'm still getting used to some of these guys. I'm surprised the first couple went through.
Step up to my anvil. Taken apart, melted down. Back to it then.
Right. Just checking all the chats and stuff, and check YouTube. I'm just taking a second before I do the next run. All right.
Thanks.
Hello.
I'm not the best at managing all the chat and everything else, but I try. I especially can't pay any attention when I'm in the middle of a run or something. Shot cooldown reduction. Boy, that's a good one too, if it was just a 6 charm slot. I'm gonna have to keep going up on this, or I'm not gonna get any glyph upgrades. I gotta look at some other ways to heal. I think I'm gonna go for healing there. Not the barrier there. I gotta try for it. I don't want to die. I don't like dying in the game. But I gotta try it. I can't upgrade the glyphs hardly. some teas. Oh, should have seen that coming. Ah, shock skills. I gotta figure out why my shock is low. Oh, come on, not the butcher. I did not want the butcher. I did not want the butcher. Oh, that killed my run. You don't want the butcher on a pit push. Right at the edge of what you can handle. Now I have to do the walk of shame, fight my way out. Oh, man. Let's take a peek at my... I've got to have low... Oh, lightning's good. 12,000 lightning resistance. So why is it taking me down so fast? Probably need lightning resistance. It's so high on that. This will bring my damage way down if I do the Endurant Faith. The biggest thing going on here is I've got a lot of offensive capabilities. I didn't focus on getting my defensive stuff going. And you can usually drop some blue. I don't want to give up the crit strike chance. That's what we need. We need this too. Give up that. could get rid of a little bit of max life, but is there another one in reach? Let's look up armor. Resistance to all elements. There's 2 points there. We need every one of those. Just hunting for a little bit more. I think that's better. That boosted us a bit. Okay. Do I have a better pair of pants? I could do temerity. The max life potion capacity might be helpful. The armor, that's all around pretty good. On the actual conduits, barrier generation. Temerity might help. He's got lightning resistance. But then you give up all that damage reduction. As long as I'm attacking, that should make me pretty much invincible. All we can do is try, right? Make sure everything's repaired. Oops. Retron. Oh, come on. I ran out of teleports. I think I'm going a little slower. For some reason. I think I'd do better if I put the... Maybe temerity's the answer, but I might have to put air perdition back on. My damage isn't quite as good. I'm still hitting for tens of trillions, but... I was streaming pretty hard for a little while, and where I was putting in full days streaming and stuff during the first season with the Paladin, and I tweaked my wrist. I don't know if it's carpal tunnel or what it is, but I was trying to take a break, so I took the butcher season off. It just didn't seem to be getting better. It's a little better now. But I was streaming sometimes for 10 hours a day. So I'm going to try not to overdo it too much this time around. And take more breaks. Stretch. It's on the back side of my wrist. I thought carpal tunnel was more on the bottom, but I don't know. Oh, come on. I thought we had that one in the back. Let's just get away from the fat boys. Great. Well, I say I've got all these elites all around me, and the boss. This is gonna be a challenging one. I really need these lift upgrades. They should be going down way faster than this. Oh, come on. I used up all my potions. That's close. get my damage up. I couldn't get the damage. I'm running out of things to tweak.
Oh, what is a waitress, isn't it?
I knew it. 8 million for repairs. So I got huge life on hit. Temerity. Huge amounts of toughness. Even in town, almost 1 million. I mean, this shouldn't be so difficult. If we have the damage numbers. Damage reduction on the pants is pretty important. This would be a very fast test. I usually would rather pick the offensive side and kill things faster. Which this combination would be the fastest in terms of offensive capability. If I had a crit strike damage multiplier ring, I think I'd be all right. A good one. That one's not bad. I could put Armageddon on it, put Endurant Faith on. Swap that gym. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. Hello, Bella. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, my screen wasn't maximized on my other monitor. We got a drop Armageddon on there. Big drop in crit strike damage. What's a tough trade? $242. Just one moment. All right. The missus beckoning me. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of this. Debating some things I can do here to that's a possibility. Storm Splitter. How'd you dig that? The charges grant 6% increased critical strike damage. I think we'll go for the straight storm splitters. It's great. Thanks for the follow. Let's see if I can pull off the 125 now. I don't have high hopes on this one. I want to see if the damage output being higher helps. We should see higher trillions. Oh. Well, that's what I was expecting. So you're either killing them, they're killing you. That's what I was thinking anyway. If I kill them fast enough, then they wouldn't be able to kill me. Yeah, this isn't working. Pretty much if you can't take out the... Shock is definitely my weak spot right now for some reason. That's painful. I'm probably going 3 or 4 pits too high for the current Paragon I'm at and everything and the glyph levels I'm at.
That is Ascari craftsmanship.
Endurant Faith might help.
What is a Tetris, isn't it?
It's probably a wash. Okay. We go with the original plan. putting Armageddon on that. Putting Endurant Faith on. We're still hitting for tens of trillions. I mean, I'm not unhappy with the damage. It's not bad. It felt a lot better. I did go down one level to 124. Right now, what I'm trying to do is just level the glyphs so I can do the higher pits. That was a shock elite, so that's a good sign. I think Endurant Faith is helping. Yeah, that helps a lot. I would have definitely been dead just now. Just having 4 potions isn't helping either. I really need a pair of pants with the extra potions slot. I'm not elite enough to go with 4 potions. I swear that wasn't sarcasm. know what this one's thing is. That'll be a good time for some of those tens of trillions to show up. There we go. Right. Ah, 7 upgrades. Dang it. That went much better. So Endurant Faith, I'll give a thumbs up to. I was even able to put my air partition back on and get the damage boost from that. And that's pretty positive. I'd love to have better rings. So nice, no death. I really don't have the Heroic materials to really try to roll my own stuff. Alright, so I got that back on. Those gloves I'm not wearing though are really nice. I'm working on the Mobilytics build now. Yeah, I'm just checking. Good. Raven of the Infinite. just published the build. All right, so that was good that I was able to get through that pit. I felt better than dying like crazy. I think we're going to stay at 124 for now. We'll have to do a tower run soon. The lava spiders seem kind of out of place. Yeah, Endurant Faith keeps saving me. That's pretty clear. Well, I see it all the time, though. Those were pretty challenging. Spiders. I haven't seen them before. Poison Queen. Oh. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. Oh, barely. Yeah, I needed you, Subo. Oh, man, that was close. Endurant Faith definitely saved me again. Wow. Mm. I got so used to repairing, I just went to repair. Oh, boy. Gotta stretch. I'll end up missing another season if I don't stretch. I think that's going pretty good. I'd love to have my Galvanic Azurite ring back on, but it is what it is. More Surveying. Let's see if we can squeeze some more damage out of this thing. So in the chat, I posted a link to the new build. I just finished putting it together. And let's see. We're going to want to... train, 30 train. I see the T's, even in the small numbers. $54 train. Yeah, I'm not convinced that's going to get much better. Orcevane is on my charms. It's 23%, and I've got 3 skills not on the action bar. I really hate using the teleport overpower. So that's 72%. $69%. 69. And we can probably do better than that with Crown Illusion, but I don't think that my mana gen will be nearly good enough. Yeah, I'm not in love with this right now. So that was... There's Loker's Talisman. I don't really see a big difference. On a single target, that'd probably do pretty good. Motion. I think Gore Sylvain wins. I don't see any big changes I can make. The big test. Going up another pit level. See if we really made the progress we think we did. Well, that felt good. Seeing that elite go flying in the air was nice. Ooh, big trillions. Golems. That was pretty good. Not bad, not bad. I've already been streaming for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Wow. Well, I guess I got up early this morning. So we're going to refresh the pit push in the build. Because I think I should call this pit push. EF, Endurant Faith. So dumb that they don't let you put a little bit longer text in there. Balkuna. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159
me.
I gotta take a really quick break and grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. It didn't take long. Thanks for the follow, Davister. I appreciate it. I only do this because I have my friends and whatnot that like following what I'm doing, and it's a pleasure to do it. And I appreciate any of the follows that come. I'm definitely not doing it for money, that's for sure. There's nothing in it for me really other than just helping other people out. Hopefully you enjoy the stream, and it gives me something to do while I'm gaming. So if there's any part of the game that you're struggling with and you need you want to learn more about or whatever, just post it in the chat. I'll try to get to them. Well. I guess I'll be a little bit more careful. So who's killing me? These guys. This big red guy. Bye. That was kind of hard. I haven't faced the goat men down here.
Why are you healing yourself? Why are they healing themselves? Vampires? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, these guys can heal themselves. Hello, mini butcher. I like the fire explosions are more pronounced now. They were so hard to see before. Oh, well, that would explain why I hadn't triggered yet. Oh, come on. I get both the boss and the butcher? Well, that's dumb.
You failed. They took the, I guess I can still fight this. I don't know if there's a point in fighting it. I don't think I gained any glyph upgrades. It's the first time I've had the butcher and the boss both at the same time. So I'm not quite ready for that pit level. But I managed to get through it, but the boss is a little too tough. Especially if I get the butcher. I need a better Locrin's talisman. I'm just curious at this point. Okay. Hmm. Let's say I'm seeing tens of trillions more frequently with low crits. $20,000 with piercing static. Crit strike damage at 20,000 is pretty epic. But not enough crit strike chance. $76 trillion. Wow. I mean, the frequency of the trillions is higher. No doubt about it. I'd have to do some retooling. Because I think the better combo is going to be this. Even though it's not going to be quite as high, crit strike damage wise. I can't equip it until I do this. And then I would have to redo this. And there's this. This. And I think that's it. Making sure the overpower is staying up. It is. So without the meteors on the main bar, we're still keeping that up. $22 trillion, $25 trillion. $50 trillion. I guess I don't care if it's an occasional 100 trillion if it's not hardly ever happening. I kind of like having a ceiling. I mean, the trillions are happening more frequently with Locrons in general, I'd say. We can take it for a drive. on the real test. No Armageddon. Well, Armageddon is pretty important. $42, $46. $52. I'd love it if all I had to do is switch the charm. It's doing pretty good. Maybe 20 to 50 trillion. I haven't seen anything higher than that yet. And so piercing static is pretty good. So we have how many stacks down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12. So it's 72% increase, multiplicative increase to it's a 72% increase in crit strike damage on a multiplier basis. I mean, so that's pretty good. And this could be rolled better, but if I got it up to 150%, that would be huge. And there's no telling where the crit strike could end up being. The challenge here is, I mean, well, I guess Armageddon. That's a pretty big change, though. We lose Lightning Spear. We still have Hydra. Hmm. $20,500. I just want to see it in practice. I've got to get used to this being back on my bar. I'm used to holding down the button where my teleport's at. I feel like the damage numbers should be higher. I kind of want to run it through the pit and just see what we get. We've got Endurance Faith on. We're still doing pretty strong numbers. Let's see if this combo does the trick. Oh. I haven't checked one other thing. Don't ask. I'm still trying to hold down the wrong button. This should crank off some big damage numbers. Oh, I've got teleport though on my bar. So, I mean, it's just a small increase, but there'll be an increase. 33 trillion. I want to say it's not that much different. Okay. Let's see what this does in the pit. I'm not touching anything else on this skill tree or anything just yet.
Benlander, what brings you?
Oof. I gotta switch my teleport to another button. Huh. Doesn't quite feel right. I feel like I'm not quite ready for 126. I'm gonna have to pare this back a little bit. Those repairs are expensive with those gems. I forgot I don't have Endurance Faith on. Yeah, I miss you, Endurant Faith. I hate it. Come on. Yeah. You do not want to die. Yeah, this is not looking good. I was doing better with
Let's go.
the Orsman. Probably because of Frost Nova and some other factors, but That chance to stun is nice. So let's see. I have to switch this all around again. Not sure if I have to have points in Flame Shield for it to work with Orsavain or not. I don't remember. I haven't seen Flame Shield trigger to save me at all. But I could pull back on some of these points to get there. I think I got it now back the way I had it. We shall see. I'll go to the next level. I'm kind of tired of the crabs, whatever they are. Come on. That was a close one. probably sell these.
Mainlander, what do you think?
Back up for some of my repairs. All right, I'm gonna try to catch up with some other players, and maybe do some more pit runs with some help. My hand's getting a little sore. I've been going pretty solid now for about 4.5 hours. So I'm gonna take a short break, and then do some playing with some other folks. I may come back on and do the stream if I make any big discoveries. But hopefully you enjoy the build. Know that it's on Mobalytics, and you can start working with it. And hopefully it does better for you than some of the other builds out there. And we'll go from there. I'll post updates as I get my build further along. You know, obviously I've got tons of Paragon to go yet, tons of Glyph upgrades to go yet. I mean, so I'm hoping that it ends up going really well. But good luck to everyone.